హలో అన్నా. ఒక్కసారి చిన్న ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్. ఒకసారి మీరు ఏం చేస్తారంటే లింక్ కాపీ చేసేసి ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ మేము గ్రూప్లో అప్డేట్ చేయండి. కాపీ చేసేసి వాట్సాప్ ద్వారా లింక్ అప్డేట్ చేయండి. సార్ ల్యాప్టాప్లో పెట్టేసుకోండి. ఇంకా ఎవరు జాయిన్ అవ్వలేదు సార్.
ఇవ్వాల్సింది మీరే కదా
సార్,
మీ దగ్గర కదా ఉండేది. మీరు ప్లాట్ఫామ్ మీదే కదా.
అవును సార్. సార్ ఒక్క నిమిషం, నేను
215కి ఇచ్చేయండి.
215 అదే సార్. ఇక్కడ నుంచి మీరు మాట్లాడతారు సార్, నేను ఇక్కడే ఉంటాను.
నువ్వు ఇచ్చేది నువ్వే కదా, 215కి ఇచ్చే. అంటే
పార్టిసిపెంట్. ఓకే సార్, ఓకే సార్.
నువ్వే కదా.
అదే సార్, జాయిన్ అవ్వలేదు ఇంకా
5 minutes ఉంది.
చూడండి సార్.
ఏనంటారు?
జాబ్ మేడం మా వాడికి జాబ్ వచ్చింది హస్బెండ్కి.
ఓకే,
నాకు ఒక్కడే మేనేజర్ ఉన్నాడు సార్.
అదే
అసిస్టెంట్ సెలెక్ట్ అయ్యారు సార్. ఫస్ట్ నేమ్ వచ్చింది. అంటే మెయిల్ రావాలా, ఉంటాడు 1 month. ఈ లోపు మనకి అకౌంట్స్ ఎవరైనా మంచి చూడండి సార్. ఒక అబ్బాయిని నా దగ్గర అంటే కరెక్ట్ ఉండాలి. మనం అనుకూలమైన
చెప్తాను.
అది ఎవరైనా ఉంటే అర్జెంట్ ఏం లేదు,
ఓకే
ఇస్తే మనకి ఏంటంటే వర్క్ ఉంటుంది మన దగ్గర. అందరిలా కాదు.
బీకామ్
బీకామ్ అయినా పర్లేదు, అందుకునేటట్టు నేను నేర్పిస్తాను.
చెప్తాను.
నేను రేపు షిఫ్ట్ అవుతున్నాను సార్.
215 లేకండి అసలు 215కి. లక్ష్మణ్ వాళ్ళకి ఏమన్నా చెప్పాలన్నా డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ కోఆర్డినేటర్ మీరేమో
సార్ వాళ్ళు అదే సార్ ఒక్కసారి సార్ కొద్దిగా బయటకు వెళ్ళి ఉన్నారు సార్, రాజు సార్, ఆయన ఫోన్ చేసి చెప్పాలి సార్.
చెప్పండి ఎందుకు ఫోన్ చేసి.
అదే సార్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ వాళ్ళకి నేను ఒకసారి చెప్పాను సార్, అంటే లింక్ ఏమైనా ట్రబుల్ ఫేస్ చేస్తున్నారేమో అని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను సార్. అదే సార్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ వాళ్ళకి నేను కాల్ చేశాను, ఒకసారి మీరు ఏమన్నా
ఎవరు వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారా అంటే
సార్ నేను ఒకసారి
ఏమైనా ట్రబుల్ ఉందా నెంబర్ ఇస్తే 2 minutes చూస్తాంలే. ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వెంకటేశ్వర్లు అని ఉంటాడు సార్ కూడా ఇవ్వలేదు
మైక్ కాదు సార్, అంటే సార్ వాళ్ళు వేరే లింక్ లో జాయిన్ అయిపోయారు సార్, అప్డేటెడ్ లింక్ పంపిస్తామని చెప్పి.
మళ్ళా వేరే
వేరే లింక్ నేను మీకు షేర్ చేస్తానని చెప్పండి సార్. సార్ నేను మీకు షేర్ చేస్తాను, వేరే లింక్ లో పంపించి జాయిన్ అవ్వండి సార్.
పంపిస్తాను. ఏమది మళ్ళీ ఎందుకు మార్చారు లింక్
సార్? అది ఏదో సమ్ ఇదైంది సార్,
ఓకే
అంటే ఫాల్ట్ లింక్ వెళ్ళిపోయింది.
ఓకే
నిన్న ట్రై చేసాం సార్, దానికి సార్ మీకు నేను సెండ్ చేశాను సార్ వాట్సాప్ లో, అది ఫార్వర్డ్ చేసి సార్. ఇంకా పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు సార్?
నేను చేసేస్తాను. అది అట్లా చూసుకోలేదు మరి, అది ఎట్లా అందరికి ఇప్పుడు
ట్రబుల్ అయిపోతుంది.
మరి అది వాళ్ళకి ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ వాళ్ళకి చెప్పారా?
ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాను.
మళ్ళీ స్పీకర్స్ కూడా చెప్పాలి కదా, మరి ఫార్వర్డ్ చేయాలి కదా. ఇన్ని ఉదయం ఏం చేశారు చూసుకోకుండా?
చేసింది సార్, నేను మార్నింగ్ కూడా చెక్ చేశాను, ఆ లింక్ అయ్యింది సార్. ఇప్పుడు వేరే బేసిక్ సైన్స్ వెళ్ళిపోతుంది సార్ అది. హలో సార్, సార్ సార్ అప్డేటెడ్ లింక్ ఒకసారి స్పీకర్స్కి.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello, sir. My name is Dr. Ramana from Avera. I'm going to speak on EV today.
Hello,
sir. 1 minute.
No issue, sir. My name is Dr. Ramana from Avera.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Namaste, Andi.
Namaste, sir.
Some link is another new link is created.
Oh, but do I need to log out and log in avala? Ee link lo
no problem.
For me is okay, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the session. This is the Venkateshwarlu, project coordinator for Science City of Andhra Pradesh. Due to some sudden changes in the program, the member secretary of course is not available. in the delivered to her welcome address. So that Dr. Jairam Reddy Konda, Chief Executive Officer, Science City of Andhra Pradesh, is requested to deliver the welcome address. Sir, can you please take over mic and deliver the welcome address, sir?
Thank you,
Dr. Jairam
Venkateswarlu.
Reddy garu. Thank you.
Thank you, Venkateswarlu. So, good afternoon to all. As a part of the Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, today we are giving to celebrate theme on Atmanirbhar Bharat and industry. It is one of the important theme to be discussed thoroughly on the occasion of Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. Recently, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji addressed and asking the Indian industry to become Atmanirbhar or self-reliant. The COVID pandemic and subsequent problems have highlighted the dependence of Indian industry on imports to keep manufacturing line functioning. Indian industry to become a part of the global supply chain also needed to have a high degree of reliability in making supplies. It is very important localization of imported materials, but at a competitive cost and quality. Policymakers should help the industries and formulate the policies to lower the cost of production. So in many industries like pharmaceuticals, automobiles and cell phones are a few examples for large volume of production. So the potential for growth for many products is very large. It is obvious that is if Atma Nirbhar Bharat is to be achieved and depends on exports should be reduced. India should become a more attractive place for investment by such manufacturers. So the ease of doing business campaign and the numerous reforms undertaken in the last 6 years have been boosting to the industries in the country. Even today, industrializing India, building a socialist society are two main objectives of this government. Industrial growth has to be spearheaded by public sector enterprises. They were also supposed to help in creating a socialist society. Employment generation in government and public enterprises being a priority objective. Cost of production were often high and quality inconsistent. The result was that manufacturing cost became uncompetitive, growth of demand was lowered, and attractiveness of investments in manufacturing suffered. So Atmanirbhar India requires an environment where government and industry must work together as partners. Then they only the demand for manufactured products grows at a high rate. Doing business become easy as anywhere else, and manufacturing is competitive in terms of cost and quality. So finally, I would like to bring it to your notice that after bifurcation of state, government of Andhra Pradesh is encouraging industries in all sectors of anonymously for enhancing state economy. Recently, Andhra Pradesh ranked #1 on ease of doing business as compared to other states, and wishing for more growth in the sector. As a part of Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, AP Council of State, AP Council Science and Technology has identified Electronic System Private Limited for today program as a state partner based on their good vision to develop products and solutions to the customers which provide truthful information that can optimize and improve business process. So they are being servicing to railways, Vijayawada Municipal Corporation, NTPC, DRDO, Tata, etc. I express my sincere thanks to Sri D. Ramakrishna Garu, MD, Electronics System Private Limited, for accepting to be state partner and for effectively framing today's program. Now, I request Sri Ramakrishna Garu to deliver his keynote address and also requesting to take lead for further deliberations. So thank you very much for your attention and cooperation. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you all for joining today's meeting conducted by the Department of Science and Technology, DST, Government of India, New Delhi, in collaboration with the State SNT Council Network Celebrations for Gyan Mahotsav as a part of Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. Now, let us look into the few of the bigger dimensions before going into what is the industry and how really the industry creates a what is called Atmanirbhar Bharat. So, why we need industry and what exactly the needs of the society as a whole. If I see, if we go to the one time into the more in a grassroots level, all of us needs fundamental needs of the human being is we need to have a better food and shelter and then health and education and the capable to earn all this. So how this can be possible and what is the role of industry or what is that happens in an industry? What is the trends of the industry from maybe hundreds of years and even what is presently happening. So to look into that, so the most important thing is we need to create a wealth, that is by creating a value to the customer. How the value to the customer is created based on so what are the benefits we are able to bring to the customer divided by the what is the total cost of that value creation, that is a benefits created. So the biggest challenge for any part of the world when the world is growing and a lot of developments is happening. I remember when sometimes very back before I born, maybe somewhere around 1940s and all, India is after the independence, we are struggled to get a sufficient food grains. That's where the India is imported wheat from the US and that was distributed to the people in a quota and the people suffered not having sufficient food. That is where we don't have sufficient food grains to eat for all the people. One is the affordability to eat, another is the availability of to supply the things what is needed to the society. But today we all have and don't have any challenges in that. Now we have sufficient food grains. Now even we are able to supply to the other part of the world. Even recently we have a bigger challenge in rice consumption in China, where that type of rice is, we have more quantity of rice is available, which is even we are able to export to the China, where many goods we are importing from China. This is what we need to have a sufficiently, we should be able to produce what is needed for the country. Now recently, which we are seeing in Sri Lanka has a lot of problems and the Russia war is another challenge. So all these situations, whether as a country are we self-sufficient? That is the first point which all of us has to understand that unless we don't have a self-producing capabilities of the needs of the country, we need to depend upon the other part of the world. That is the first point which we have to understand. That is what I feel is a Atmanirbhar. That means we have, as a country, we have everything internally available. That is the first aspect of it. Even recently we saw in a COVID time, not only as a country, even sometimes because of COVID, all the things are got locked down. Whether the things will be able to transport to the consumers in a real time, so that they will have a food and whatever the needs of the people. If that is not able to be achieved, then there is again bigger challenge. We saw the bigger challenge when COVID happened. A lot of people are not able to be transported. They are struggled for the food and shelter. Some of the, especially the laborer who are doing the work and they want to go to their native place and all this. So these are all the fundamental aspects of the Atmanirbhar. That means what is that which as a country are we are able to capable of having all our this thing. These are all possible with the industry. Previous speaker is talking about how we will be competitive. That means today world with a WTO regime, that means we can import and export from any part of the world any item. That means only the governments will put a little amount of tax, maybe by 10%, 20%. That means if the product is cheaper in China or some other part of the world compared to what it is in India, then automatically we'll be importing that. That means the people is having a freedom to take any product or any solution from any part of the world. That means we need to be very competitive in producing the products and solutions, which is the industry's major part of it. So, and that is one dimension. Another dimension is whether the product and solution which we are creating, is it a more highly efficient and highly durable, and how that is able to work. Now today, all of us is buying a smartphones from maybe a Apple phones or any Android phones and all that. So all these technologies is built by some of the other developed nations, and we are all buying that type of products, so that we'll be able to get the better out of that product. Otherwise, if we are trying to make the product by ourselves, it may take some 40, 30 years, and by the time we make that product, that may not be competitive. That means the prices are going to be too high and all this. So this is one of the reason which we are trying to get the product from other part of the world. That means, do we have a capability to build that? Whether we will be having a technical capability, and that capabilities of the industry and the ecosystem of the industry is also most important, where we need to invest on that and develop the capabilities. Today, what is that all of us is learning? Is it really the today's technology or the past technology? That is what it is more important. Today, every one of us has to have a capabilities which is important for us to develop products and solutions for the present and future, not for the past. Unfortunately, that is the area which we need to really concentrate on, improving our capabilities, not just doing a routine jobs and all that. So this is one of the basic challenges which we have to start looking into it. In order to be, we need to be competitive and develop better products and solutions, what is needed to the society. Even simple example is what is makes me a strong an individual. If I have a capability to earn myself whatever needed, then I can spend money to get whatever needed. Unless I don't have a capability to earn the money, what is need to be borrowed, purchased from other part, maybe in the market and all, then I will not have that type of luxury to have that. That is where really everyone has to have a capability to buy. That means we need to earn sufficient money, sufficient thing by creating a value to somebody else. That is where the barter system used to work in the olden days. Today, everything is converted into money. So that means if I develop or do some activity, because of my activity and my performance, if I am able to get some money, that money I will be spending it for purchasing the things. That means whether my skills and capabilities are enough, where I will be able to get sufficient funds to me as a thing. Same thing applies for the states, and same thing applies to the as a country. This is where really the few challenges and few dimensions which we all of us has to understand and move forward. Now coming to the industry, what is that industry has? There is one thing called which we talk about is consumption chain. Consumption chain means what it happens is whenever we need some product and solution, we try to identify the needs, why we want it and how you want to use it and all that. Once we identify the needs, we try to search for the product and go to the market or go to the website and trying to identify where, who is selling, what is its features. And once we identify and found that is useful to us, we order for the product and negotiate, get the price and negotiate, and finally we order the product. Once we order the product will come to us and we pay money to them. Then afterwards, once the material reaches to us, then we install that product and then we started using this product. This is all, and then finally, if there is some repairs, we get repaired, and finally we dispose that product if its life is over. So this is called a consumption chain. That entire consumption chain, every area we have to spend some money, whether we spend or somebody spends it. End of the day, as a customer, we have to pay for that money. So how the consumption chain, entire chain is going to be more effective, in the sense more optimum, so that the cost of the solution and product is going to be very, very less. Thereby will be competitive. That is where entire world is striving from the multiple years, maybe hundreds and thousands of years. So especially when we look into that dimension, what is happened into the world before maybe 200 years back, maybe somewhere in 1800 or 1700, all the works is done by muscle power. That is where human muscle or otherwise animal muscle power is used to produce the things. From that, now when the steam engine is invented and all that is started happening, instead of muscle, because muscle power has a fatigue and muscle is cannot work for a 24/7. When the steam engine is invented and the chemical or the other type of energies are used to do the work, then automatically the growth is started happening and the people are able to get more and more solutions and products cheaper price. That is where the first industrial revolution started. After that, when the electricity was invented and the communication was started, this is all the mass production started. That's a second industrial revolution, somewhere around end of the 1800. It is all started and it started improving the quality of products and availability of products and solutions to the large masses, where the world is started progressing towards the better life and better things. From there, then maybe around 1960s, 70s, semiconductors were started and the communication systems were started and the automation started. That is what we say is the industrial revolution number 3. This industrial revolution number 3 made more automatic and more easily will be able to communicate across the world and able to control the things more effectively, so that the products are going to be more easily and without sometimes even automatically the things were produced without having a human interventions, less human interventions. All that made the things more and more cheaper and more things are available to the people, all that. So from there, somewhere around 2000 afterwards, the internet was introduced into the thing, and then with the help of internet, we'll be able to connect everything, every system to the internet. Thereby, the systems are able to talk to the systems, and without much interference of the people. When systems are connected to the systems, automatically the communication is faster in a real time, within a millisecond, seconds. Then because of that, the decisions are going to happen much faster, and automatically more and more optimization took place. Because of that, now we are able to reduce further costs of the products and solutions, and the quality of the products are able to improve. With the help of Internet of Things, then a lot of changes is happening in the world. Today, we are in the world of Industry 4. With the help of Industry 4, what are the changes is going to happen, how we have to adapt ourselves to the industry 4 so that India also should be able to have a more what are called a share of earning. Otherwise, what is happens is developed nations will earn more and they produce all that, and we are going to be the consumers because we are more than 1 billion people, and at least 1/7 of the world population is in India. When we want to buy all that and use it, so where is the money for us? Now the biggest challenge all of us is facing is one is the petrol imports is one of the bigger challenge. Second important is a semiconductor or the electronics imports is the second largest importing items from to the India, which we don't have capabilities to build. Suppose some sanctions happen to the India, and if we are not going to get all these semiconductors from the other part of the world, what is going to be the status of the country? That's where really the issue. Recently, we started buying petrol from crude from the Russia in spite of war. These type of scenarios will be more challenging aspect of the thing. For that, what type of capabilities all of us has to build? Now, what is that happening to all of us is we are routinely trying to take the inputs from the past and trying to develop all our skills and capabilities for the past rather than for the future. So we need to have the capabilities of industry as well as the human capabilities has to be towards the industry 4. So previously people used to talk about knowledge and skills, but today what is needed is it's not only knowledge and skills, it is a mindset which is more important. And mindset and practices lead to a capabilities. These capabilities should be useful to the society to develop the new products and solutions. So how these things is going to happen has to be looked into. First thing is we have to understand everything now. It's not just routinely trying to do somebody told me like this, I am following it without really thinking what is the purpose of this, how the things is happening, what is the reason for that, what is the cause and effect, ultimately what is the outcomes which we have to deliver and what purpose, how much it is relevant to today's needs. That is also most important. Sometimes the needs of the society every 10 years, 20 years, it will change. So are we able to identify the real needs of the society and build the products and solutions towards that? For that, all our people, young people, are we training to them towards the needs of that direction? That's where really the challenging aspect, which all of us has to start looking into it. Industry also has to transform towards the industry 4. Otherwise, we will not be competitive and our products may not be quality sufficiently. So these are all various challenges which we have today as a country. So because our education system and somehow our follow-up technologies and methodologies are more of imitative nature rather than innovative nature. So what is that? How to develop the innovative society where the new dimension of products and solutions development can be possible. One of the advantage today is because of the internet, we'll be able to have any knowledge anywhere in happening can be identified and understand without much of money. Basically, olden days when we want to start an industry, we need to have a lot of money. But today, if somebody has a better idea, better capabilities, and niche solution, a lot of people are ready to invest and a lot of possibility to implement that. So that type of capabilities, how the youth can achieve that and start developing the new products, understanding the need of the needs of the society. That's where the people are talking about. One of the area is the design thinking, where the one of the process which tell how to identify the needs and develop the product. And second dimension is the IoT. IoT is what people say there is a 4 technologies in it. One is the sense, communicate, analyze, and act. These are the 4 dimensions which we should be able to utilize the technologies process into our industry and to the society so that we will be able to be competitive in the world, develop the new products and new solutions. So for that type of technological uses, here also we need to understand always what is the objective. So that is where the purpose basically. In the beginning, as I am talking about the value, with this time using these technologies, whether I will be able to develop the value and improve the organizations. So the challenges are, one is how identifying the value. So where really the value is there. Unless we don't create a higher value, you cannot be competitive and make the country to grow. That means one is identifying, second is a create, how to, once you got identified, how to create that value. The next is how you deliver that value to the customer. Unless the customer doesn't use it, he will not buy again. So that means the delivery, and the next dimension is the scale up. We know now we are all using a WhatsApp very left and right without spending any money, except small money for internet and a smartphone. So this entire technology now people are using, in a billions of people are using across the world. That means that is got scaled up to the almost to the world level, almost more than 10-15%, 15 to 20% of people are using the WhatsApp software. Similarly, like Facebook and all that. That means that is scaled up to the very higher level, and continuously they are improving so that other softwares will not take over that. This is where really the value story which we have to understand. This is the methodologies which all of us has to build, whether it is in industry or in an individual, and how I am able to be in line with this technology. That is where the really the challenging dimensions of that. So if we are able to go in that direction, I'm damn sure yeah, India can become the world richest nation. But only thing is we need to have will to develop the solutions for the purpose. So logically we are all strong, but collectively we are all not able to do much, because the more of a individuality and the individual greed and individual needs is dominates in our society, which we have to come out of that division of caste, religion, and all this. That is very, very well practiced still in Indian industry also. In Indian industry, nobody bothers about whose caste is what and whose religion is what. But what the people look is what is the individual capabilities, who will be able to add value to the customer. If somebody has higher capabilities into the person has higher capability, he will be treated as an important person in the industry rather than the divisions and all. But we have to come out of that divisions and try to collaborate as much as possible, because today's industry 4 technology systems are talking to each other. If the system is talking to each other in a collaborative manner, if human is not able to talk to each other, automatically system says that you are not collaborating with me effectively, so you are not right person to work with us. So that's where the missions will reject the people also in coming days. That's where we have to be highly collaborative, and how we have to collectively look for the value rather than individually looking for our own greed and needs. So when we are able to work collectively, we'll be able to achieve the higher results. This is the where the today industry's directions is going towards the future. So my request for the people, whether they are elders or the younger or whoever it may be, the most important points which we have to understand, we have to continuously learn. That means unless we don't learn, we cannot be progress, because the world is progressing much rapidly. And so we also has to learn rapidly. Even when I look myself, maybe somewhere in I did a MTech somewhere around 1983. At that point of time, the change in the technological speed And today change in the technology speed is very, very higher, maybe 3-4 times faster it is changing compared to what it is in 1980s. So that means whether we have a capabilities to learn, and that is what is most important. It's not that we can't all the time learn from somebody, because if the new technology comes, unless we don't learn quickly, we cannot adopt it. By the time we adapt by learning from some other people, it will all the time is over. By the time new technologies will come. So when the obsolescence of the technologies and the changing needs of the society, we need to be quick enough to adapt the needs of the society by adapting them, using the using the technologies to deliver the value to the society, so that every one of us can prosper. End of the day, we should be able to get a Atmanirbhar. That means we should be able to have our own capabilities to earn. We should not beg to anybody for the things what is needed. So that type of thought process is very, very important. We need to be self-reliance. That means as an individual, as an organizations, as a state and country. This is the direction is very, very needed, which we should be able to come out of this. That is the whatever the 75 years of independence should create an independence to all our young people and the future India. That's where we should be, maybe may not be number one, at least as a GDP. I think our GDP is around 2 to 3 trillion. That means when you compare with the entire world GDP, we may be only 2 to 3%, but whereas people is 15% or something. That means what it is. So we are not really earning what India has to earn as an individual, as a group of people. So we have to improve our GDP in total as a country, so that we'll get a more share. I am not emphasizing that we should be number one. At least for the number of people in the country, that much share of GDP has to be developed. That means we should be able to export and we should be able to import whatever way. End of the day, our GDP should increase to the at least world average. That is should be our target, at least for a coming 15 to 20 years, which will be more. Why people are going to US and all? Because they think, people think that by staying in US, their future is going to be stable. That type, why should we make India to be stable so that the people will not go to the US and migrate it? That's fundamentally the end of the story, which I think industry and the people, how we have to bring that India for the future. Thank you. Now I request our CII Vice Chairman, Mr. Lakshmi Prasad. He is a doctor. Sorry, he is a Dr. Lakshmi Prasad. He is a biotechnology engineer. He did a research in Germany, and then he has a lot of R&D experience in the area of biotechnology. He collaborated with IIT Madras and SVNST and all type of universities, and he works for a other part of the world as a consultant and develop products, especially in the new arena, biotechnology. Biotechnology is one of the most important technology, which even today for a COVID also the entire solutions were identified, vaccines were identified through this type of technologies. Over to you, Lakshmi Prasad garu. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Thank you, sir. Namaste, Ramakrishna garu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to talk about this entrepreneurship, bio-entrepreneurship as a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are all right. You are nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just want to. I made a few slides, 5 or 6 slides where there are some written parts, but I want to share the screen. Can
sure.
I do it now?
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, it's still browsing.
Yeah.
Small thing.
Even you can add what is the biotechnology, because many people
Yeah.
may have a lot of doubts about what is the biotechnology. Yes.
Actually, sir, this biotechnology is quite a simple one. It's not so complicated as people think, sir. It's a mixture of microbiology, biochemistry, and some life science. It's called molecular biology. So only molecular biology is a little bit technical, but the other things are very simple. Yeah, I think a screen broadcast, again I'm doing. Okay, I'm trying. So, sir, actually, I'll let me know. I don't know why it's not able to still browsing. I'll start actually. There are a few areas where after completing the part of an education, the students will get skills. So the skills will develop with a little bit of say investment. He'll become an entrepreneur. We can become an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur also creates an employment as well as wealth. So that's the contribution from the entrepreneur place. So this is what happens generally. And if application, shall I? Why it's not? Is there any problem, sir? Why it's not? Still browsing, not taking. Sir, are you able to hear?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
You are audible.
Audible.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's still Microsoft Teams is right, and I said screen broadcast, start broadcast. Then no, I said yeah, it's browsing. Yeah. Anyway, what's the technical point here? Generally, we do it very simply, so in Zoom. Enable to everything is on the screen, including okay. Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Let me know. It's not screening there, so I'll talk anyway. So there are simple things like there are various sectors, sir. What I've written is there are certain sectors that which can create self-reliance. Our young people to become an entrepreneur and self-help reliant. There's the first sector. The number of sectors like agriculture, horticulture, food processing, all in biotechnology. There's a role of biotechnology in this, and medicinal and pharmaceutical. Then we have virology, where viruses are dealt, and their contract research is one of the things. Well, I'm adding the new entrepreneurial opportunities. Then we have medical biotechnology. We have a biotech instrumentation training centers also as a part of the entrepreneurship, and cloning of organelles. That has become recently, many people are going into cloning of organelles. And the other thing is manufacturing of biotic supplements for research, and also environmental biotechnology. There are different, we have classified this into 8 parts. So I explained in a nutshell. In agriculture, there are something like what we are doing here in my place, like we do fertilizers for the agriculture, aquaculture. We do biopesticides, biofungicides, and composting, and converting. And of course, some go into. Yeah. Okay, so they're asking to do sharing again. I'll try to do it. Share screen. Yeah, share video. Okay, I'll try again, sir. And books. Sir, is it my slide is seen, sir?
No, it's still not.
Not, I'm seeing, I'm sharing, but it's not, I think. Okay. I'll stop presenting then. Okay. I will continue, sir.
Okay.
This fertilizers, actually, pesticides I was talking about, this is one sector. The next sector could be anything.
Microsoft is.
Yeah, anything.
ఆయన దగ్గర ఏదో షేరింగ్ కి ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుంది సార్.
Sir,
Yeah, please.
sir, can you share your slides, sir?
Yeah, I'm trying to share, but it's not sharing. No?
Sir, sir, ఇక్కడ మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ అంతా పర్ఫెక్ట్ గానే ఉంది సార్. మన దగ్గర షేరింగ్ ఏదో ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది సార్.
Okay.
Sir,
So again,
share screen.
Yeah, share screen.
Share screen, sir.
Okay. Then it will be start broadcast, no?
ఆ బ్రాడ్కాస్టింగ్ కాదు సార్. సార్ 1 minute సార్, 1 minute.
Yeah.
షేర్ స్క్రీన్ అని కొట్టంగానే ఇంకా డైరెక్ట్ గా మనకి అడుగుతుంది సార్, స్క్రీన్ డైరెక్ట్ గా ఎలా విజిబుల్ అవుతుంది సార్. సార్ షేర్ లోకి వెళ్ళి మనము షేర్ కొడితే డైరెక్ట్ గా మనకి ఇది విజిబుల్ అవుతుంది సార్. అంటే మనకి మన కంప్యూటర్ స్క్రీన్ ఏదైతే ఉందో అది విజిబుల్ అవుతుంది సార్. మనం పీపీటీ ఓపెన్ చేసి ముందుగానే పెట్టుకుంటే అది మనం మ్యాక్సిమైజ్ చేసి చెప్తే సరిపోతుంది సార్.
అది రెడీగానే ఉంది సార్, నాది మేడ్ ఇట్ రెడీ. జనరలీ జూమ్ లో రెగ్యులర్ గా చేస్తాను నేను.
అవును సార్, అవును సార్.
అదే చేస్తాను నేను. సో దట్ ఈస్ రెడీ. యాక్చువల్లీ బుక్స్ లో పెట్టుకున్నాను. బుక్స్ ఇస్ రెడీ యాక్చువల్లీ. దెన్ యా, దిస్ ఇస్ వన్. అండ్ దెన్ ఓకే
సార్, రైట్స్ అన్ని మీకు ప్రొవైడ్ చేసే ఉన్నాయి సార్.
ఓకే
సార్. సార్, బ్రాడ్కాస్టింగ్ కాకుండా ఇంకేమైనా ఆప్షన్ మీకు కనిపిస్తుందా సార్ అక్కడ?
ఇక్కడ ఓకే లెట్ మీ గో బ్యాక్ ఇంటూ దిస్ వన్. ఇక్కడ షేర్ స్క్రీనింగ్ లో మూడే ఉన్నాయి సార్. షేర్ ఫోటో, షేర్ వీడియో, షేర్ స్క్రీన్, అంతే
సార్. షేర్ స్క్రీన్
చేశానండి. అక్కడ మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ టీమ్స్ కి టిక్ పెట్టుంది. పైన స్క్రీన్ బ్రాడ్కాస్ట్, కింద షేర్ స్టార్ట్ బ్రాడ్కాస్ట్ ఉంది.
స్క్రీన్ బ్రాడ్కాస్ట్ సార్.
ఓకే, స్క్రీన్ బ్రాడ్కాస్ట్. టచ్ స్క్రీన్ బ్రాడ్కాస్ట్ తీసుకోవట్లేదు. టచ్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ టేకింగ్. స్టార్ట్ బ్రాడ్కాస్ట్ చేస్తుంటేనే వెళ్తాం
సార్. మీరు ల్యాప్టాప్ లో చేస్తున్నారా సార్?
ఐప్యాడ్ అండి.
ఐప్యాడా సార్?
యా
సార్, అక్కడ షేర్ అని మనము కొట్టంగానే మనకి మీరు చెప్పిన 3 ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంటాయి సార్. అందులో షేర్ స్క్రీన్ అని కొట్టంగానే ఇంకా డైరెక్ట్ గా మన స్క్రీన్ అనేది వస్తుంది సార్ దీని మీదకి.
దీంట్లో షేర్ స్క్రీన్ లో మేజర్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఇస్ అవి రాలా
సార్.
ఇది యాపిల్ కదా, కంపాటబిలిటీ లేదా ఏమి దీంతో ఐ డోంట్ నో.
ఓకే సార్. ఇఫ్ యూ డోంట్ మైండ్ మీరు ఏమన్నా మాకు పీపీటీ షేర్ చేస్తే మేము ఇక్కడ నుంచి షేర్ చేస్తాం సార్.
దెన్ ఓకే, మెయిల్ పెట్టేసినా.
మెయిల్ సార్, fcost_vijayawadaకి మెయిల్ పెట్టేసేయండి సార్.
1 second.
సార్, APCOST __
ఓకే
విజయవాడ VIJAYAWADA@yahoo.com సార్.
Lakshmi Prasad, if you don't mind, let us ask JSRK to speak in meantime. We can arrange that.
Yeah. Okay. Right, sir.
Prasad, are you ready? Yeah. Good afternoon. Is JSRK Prasad. He is the past chairman of CII Andhra Pradesh and the CEO of Better Casting. He has a lot of industrial experience in starting especially the metal alloys, and their company exports lot to the especially oil and natural gas products as a innovative products. He has a very rich experience in the industrial sector. let us listen to the JSRK Prasad. Meantime, let Lakshmi Prasad will create the slideshow. Yeah, over to you. Prasad, we are not able to listen.
You're on mute, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, Ramakrishna Garu. Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Ramakrishna, unlike other panelists, I come from a very legacy industry, which is metal and manufacturing mechanical industry, which has been there in our civilization for the past 5,000 years. Whenever we talk about manufacturing, the one thing that comes to everybody's mind is a mechanical engineer, be it a food processing, a pharma, or even auto component or aerospace component. You need a mechanical engineer. And the significance of manufacturing in any economy, if you just look into some of the statistics across the globe, like what's the percentage of this value-added manufacturing contribution to the GDP? China, it's about 25%. Sorry, it's a 27%. Japan, it's about 20%, and Korea, it's about 25%. And so we have seen all these countries which have started their growth story somewhere around like 50s and 60s. Like Japan started its growth story somewhere around 50s, and Korea around 50s, 60s, I think, and China around 70s. And today we are seeing how China is progressing. And in the coming 5 years, the economy would be greater than the US economy. Whereas US has only 11% of only 11% is contributed by the manufacturing, value-added manufacturing. So what all this signifies is, if you need to have a sustainable economic growth, manufacturing is the basic requirement. In the recent COVID-19 scenario, this has been realized by all the countries, especially the developed countries, where the Americans had to struggle even for the toilet paper. They never had they had to depend even for the toilet paper on the Chinese. So when everything was locked down, they had a very tough time. And as we are seeing today, as Ramakrishna was also mentioning, the chip shortage, that's one of the biggest challenge across the globe. Not only just for the automobile industry, for every other industry which is has an embedded electronics embedded into the system, they have a problem in manufacturing, and that is in turn affecting the overall economy of the country. And they realize this vulnerability of dependence of manufacturing on outsourcing the manufacturing. So far, manufacturing, with the advent of this IT and ITS sector, so people were really comfortable enjoying good revenues with a click of a buttons, and they considered manufacturing as a dirty job. So these countries have started shifting out this manufacturing to overseas, especially the China and now Southeast Asia. And of course, they have benefited from that one. And today it has been a reverse thing. And if you look into the Indian growth story started somewhere around the 90s. Till that time, we had this license Raj, and probably people who have started like Ramakrishna industry before 90s, they would really tell you how horrific it is to start an industry. So after that, once when it was opened, so we made a leapfrog into ITS service, not giving much importance to the manufacturing service, and we had a lot of gap in there. So now it's right leadership at the helm. We had now the manufacturing is really considered to one of the key for the economic growth, and there have been an impetus on supporting this manufacturing industry. As a country, what we need to look into is how much we sell versus how much we buy. When our buying from outside is more, then definitely the value of the money we are having is going to deteriorate over the time. Today, we are seeing that rupee is depreciating on average of more than 2% year on year. And unfortunately, we have seen how much it has depreciated over the last few months because of global scenario of war and all other things. So I think as a whole country, we need to look into how we need to strengthen ourselves in selling more than buying more than what we buy from outside. For example, if you take a Rafale jet, how many mangoes if we sell, we can buy a Rafale jet? Just leave alone the mangoes. How many cars if we sell, we can buy a Rafale jet? As Ramakrishna was telling, one of the important things we need to consider is how we are going to move up into the value addition chain. That's the biggest challenge for every manufacturing industry. And fortunately, the manufacturing industry, opportunities in the manufacturing industries are opening up very wide because of two things. One is the geopolitical situation. The second is the impetus taken by the government, the initiations taken by the government. In fact, before when the China is growing strong, people realize so they need to start shifting out from manufacturing from China, because China is having a trade surplus against any other country. So it's making a dominant power. So some of the countries like US, they have started, especially Trump made a daring step, like he put a Trump tariff that he has charged 25% on the Chinese imports. And that's the time when these American buyers have started looking elsewhere into the other countries. And that is one of the benefit which has come to India. Today, US is one of our biggest trading partner. So this is another thing. The other situation is what we have seen is the COVID scenario. Because of the COVID, it made people realize how vulnerable the supply chain system is and how they need to redistribute their, how they have to mitigate their risk of depending only on China. And in fact, Japan, which is having a lot of manufacturing setups in China, is actually subsidizing these companies to move out of China. So that's a boon for India. They might be coming to anywhere in the Southeast Asia, maybe Vietnam, Thailand, or India. It's up to the capacity of the Indian ecosystem to attract such sort of investments. And looking from the government perspective, they have made a lot of initiations like developing the industrial corridors, the Mumbai-Delhi corridor, the Vizag-Chennai corridor, Bangalore-Chennai corridor via Krishnapatnam at Chittor, and so many economic zones. And they have started also the defense corridors, exclusive defense manufacturing corridors in Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh also. And this is on the hardware structure. And on the soft side, they have made a lot of policy changes, which has enabled the ease of doing business jump from 130s in the last decade to the 63rd position globally. So this has made the ease of doing business in India quite attractive. And if you see the defense sector, there's going to be opportunities of about 4 lakh crores in the coming 5 years. And that too, 90% has to be indigenous. So that's one of the biggest advantages, biggest opportunities for the industry in the coming years. And even there's a good ecosystem for the startups also. Some of the startup venture capitalists like Chris Gopalakrishnan, they exclusively support only for the manufacturing industry. Though they being from the IT industry, they support the manufacturing industry as for the startups. So what does this all mean in the coming future? So we have a lot of opportunities. When I started the industry about 23 years back, when the bank manager asked me, where's your market? I said, the world is the market. So I strongly believe that if we could add the right value to the product, we can sell anywhere across the globe. So it is not unlike the old days where we have been going out for searching for opportunities. Today, the opportunity is knocking at the door of India, and we have a lot of opportunities. And even in our industry, in our own this thing, we have a lot of opportunities for expanding the business and making the products. But the only challenge is how we are going to handle this. So many other challenges we are facing in the manufacturing. So especially when we look into the perspective of the changing landscape of this manufacturing, how does disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoTs, 3D printing, how these things are going to affect the manufacturing. We need to look those things in 3 dimensions. One is the business model, how the business model is evolving. Like previously, there used to be the the lifespan of any company used to be more than 100 years or maybe 50 years for the Fortune 500 companies. But today, the Fortune 500, some of the lifespan of the industries are coming down even to less than 10 years, same as the product. So what is forcing the business plan to change the business plan to a asset-light business? So you need to be very light on the asset, hard assets, and it's only intellectual asset that's going to sustain the business. Another one is the Uberization. That's resource optimization is one of the thing which is coming into the business. If you look into some of the companies like Rolls-Royce, they lease out their jet engines. They don't sell these jet engines. They lease the jet engines, and everything is maintained by this Rolls only. So you pay per hour of use. So that's how the business models are changing. I think this is something which we have seen in the copy machines also, which they sometimes they come and put it in our office and say, we just need to pay only for the cost for the per paper you copied. So that's how it is going to come up. Even especially in the software also, I've seen some of the companies like Zoho, they just create the product, they don't do any service, and they have a certified, trained certified developers or implementing partners where they do this complete support. And in turn, what is this is creating is a sort of gig economy. So tomorrow you may have a lot of mechanical engineers who have been trained and certified by Rolls-Royce or some other company where they can do a service for any of its product anywhere across the globe. So that's going to be another change in the business scenario. The second one is the product mutation. So I think we know the first automobile which has come in 1672, that's around 17th century, that was a steam automobile. It was a purely mechanical equipment with a steam engine. And of course, in 1886, the Benz, the gasoline engine has come. And in 1888, the first electric car was come into the picture. So when you see from that, those days to today, it's totally autonomous cars we see. And previously, which started as a 100% mechanical equipment, today it has started growing from 5, 10, 15, 30. I think today it's about 30% is electronics in the automobile. And tomorrow it's going to be around 50%, 50% of the automobile will be electronics. So it's a conglomeration of different disciplines. And this is a big challenge, finding the right resources for handling this sort of products also. And the impact of EVs is going to be tremendous on the economy. One is what we see is if any EV has only about 300 mechanical parts, whereas a regular present fossil fuel engine has fossil fuel car has about more than 4,000 or 5,000 parts. So what it means is it's going to impact a lot of industries. So many industries are going to go out of business, especially the engine and engine component manufacturers. But that's, of course, we do have a time as a conservative estimate. They say the EVs are going to take over completely probably by another 25 years. But till such time, gasoline and diesel will be available. So that's a big challenge where you need to start changing in the next coming couple of decades. So this is a scenario for the product mutation. And the third one is the manufacturing process. Previously, we used to talk about mass manufacturing, mass production. And today it is only mass customization. When the first automobile 4T model was started, it was total mass production. And today, if you see the Toyota production system, it's a total customization, mass customization. Everything is made as per the customer's requirement. And the time to market is reducing, especially with the digital twins, where they are the generative designs. All the design activity is being done by artificial intelligence. And Nissan today makes a new design of car in hardly about a few days, just based on the inputs from the data inputs from the existing designs, which they get the feedback from the field, and which normally used to take 6 months if it's done manually. So there's going to be a challenge for the design engineers of the in the mechanical department. And the biggest challenge what we see is the 3D printing. 3D printing, that's what 3D printing is definitely a slow one, which has seen probably has been coming from the 2003. Still, there has not been a very drastic speed development of speed in the 3D printing. But the new technology that's called the CLIP, continuous liquid interface production technology, this is going to be 100 times faster. So what will happen if these technologies materialize in the very short in the coming future? What's going to be the manufacturing scenario? What 3D today 3D they are going to build? They are building houses, they are building bridges, they are printing engines, automobile engines, everything that's coming up with the 3D printing. So what's going to happen in the coming future with this 3D technology? If they are going to, the speed is going to be multiplied 100 times. So that's another big technology, a big challenge. And Fanuc manufactures a lot of robots, and they manufacture drives for a lot of CNC machines and other machine tools. They have a factory in Singapore which manufactures exclusively control drives for these CNC machines. And this factory is 100% automated. There's no human presence in this factory. So you just feed in everything requirement goes directly into the system, and based on the system based on the order in the system, and it's automatically manufactured. So there will not be any interference in any sort of manufacturing. It is totally automated. It is something like machine creating machine. These things we are seeing right now. What is going to be in the coming future? Like maybe in the future, if it is as one of the movies like which has come in 1887, that's batteries not included. A robo creates a machine, an alien machine, which creates its own, which procreates its similar type of machine. So these are the big challenges. So we are seeing this technology, how it's supporting the my industry. Like initially it was a physical augmentation, then it was a sensory augmentation, and now it's a decision automation. With all the connected systems and the artificial intelligence and the machine learning coming into the picture, your decisions are also being automated. So with this sort of future landscape, how this going to impact the industry, and how the employment is going to be impacted, how the organizations have to be prepared for that one, and what are the skill sets required to address these challenges. Employment, I think there's a divided opinion on this one. But personally, or if I just look into the past history, the biggest disruptors in the civilization of humankind is agriculture and metallurgy. These two are the biggest disruptors in the civilization of human history, because once when agriculture started, there has been a lot of other division of like specialization which have come. And once we have seen the civilization named after the metals. One is the Iron Age, the Bronze Age, the Silver Age. In the Bronze Age, people started learning how to alloy, mix two, three metals and get a much different metal, which is much better than the original metal. So this is how the metallurgy has built up, and this has changed the history. And this is going to change over the few years. Even the stainless steel we are talking about today, which is indispensable for many of the industries, that has come in 1908 or somewhere around that time. So the metals are going to be biggest disruptors of the civilization. And tomorrow, if it is going to, graphene is coming, and we don't know if it comes on a commercial scale, really how it's going to impact it's going to impact a lot of other industries, especially the EV industry. So I have what are the skill sets required for this sorts of to address the challenge of this sort of industry, this sort of technological disruptions? So I've seen quite a number of industries from Japan, China to till Mexico, between Europe and everywhere. I haven't seen any of the industries fully automated. I'm talking about the mechanical industries. Fully automated as what we are talking about, the Fanuc sort of manufacturing system. The funnel sort of manufacturing system has been present in the only situations which has a mass production and it's a predictable sort of a standardized product. But when there are a lot of variables, how these things are going to be automated, that's the biggest challenge, because I haven't come across any of these industries going for automation or any of these things. Even in India, we have seen there's a Eicher Motors. They does everything, body assembly, everything is completely manual. The only part that is which is having a little bit of automation is where the robots work. That is in the engine plant. That too in the assembly side. They have the automation in that one. And of course, in some of the bearing manufacturing also, there was some little bit of automation, but it is not yet to the fullest extent. So if you look at these technologies, how these things are supporting the industry, definitely these technologies are going to increase the competitiveness of the industry. One is they make the manufacturing transparent. It increases the reliability in the production, and it optimizes the resources. Definitely, it will be reduce the wastage and increase the productivity, and multidimensional positive impact will be there. But what are the challenges for not adapting these technologies as fast as they are coming? So why are the telephones, mobile phones, which are manufactured in billions, still assembled by hand? So I worked in a company 25 years back. That was around 95, around 95, 96. It was called in Nagpur. They had a complete automated system in those times, which is unheard in the industry of foundry and metal industry. It was not even anywhere in the abroad also. So that is the level of automation they have built in 1995, where it was totally integrated with LAN, and they had at that time it was the beginning of the internet, and the MD could operate his plant anywhere from the world. That's the way it has been set up on those days, during those days. But unfortunately, that company was not successful. So what are the barriers for the technologies not getting implemented so fast in this industry, especially the metal and the mechanical industry? So as I see, there are three things which are blocking the technologies. One is the cultural block, the mindset of the people. So there has been definitely there will be a resistance against new things in any industry or for learning the things, because people like to have a status quo and like to be in a complacent situation. So that's the biggest challenge for the industry. Other one is the next is the integration with the legacy systems. Already industry would be running in some system, and integrating the new technology with the legacy system is a big challenge. And the third one is a cost benefit ratio. So as I was telling the company which I worked, the cost benefit was not really economical in those days. But today, it's a high labor cost, which will definitely push the industry towards automation. That days are not very far off. And today we are seeing a lot of even people in the agriculture sector, a lot of people are leaving the lands barren because of the increased cost in the production and the labor cost. So unless we have a sort of automation in the agriculture or even the manufacturing, these sectors will be very difficult to sustain in the coming days. And how do what sort of skill sets do we need as an individual, as a mechanical engineer? So I would like to recall the subjects I learned sometime about 30 years back, like mission element design, engineering drawings, material science, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, metallurgy, phase diagrams. I find all these things are relevant. Of course, I learned Fortran also, but unfortunately, we never had the computers access at those times. So the fundamentals are really relevant today, and they'll be relevant tomorrow also. But only thing is, we need to learn the tools which support these core fundamentals. Like today, I don't think students use drafting scale for drawing. You need kids go for the AutoCAD and all this thing. And unfortunately, I see kids coming up and saying that they have done CATIA and Pro-E, and they think they are good in design. But they don't know even the definition of a factor of safety. and they talk about design. Being good in drawing of using AutoCAD or CATIA is not doesn't qualify you to be a design engineer, but you need to be good in fundamentals. That's what's the missing link in the education system today. So we are bugged with the new technology. It has become a vogue, but the reality is we are not really strong in the very fundamentals, which are never are like they'll be there forever. The fundamentals will be there forever. And today, the industry, the biggest challenge, what we find is finding the right person, right mechanical engineer with a good sound knowledge of electrical, electronics. We need a sort of more mechatronics who could be we don't need a production engineers or a design engineers, of course, when you depends on the type of industry you're in, but majority of the industries where you do have or do automation and you have a lot of equipment which are electromechanical and computer controlled machines. So you definitely need a mechanical, a mechatronic knowledge is required. A strong fundamental requirement is there, and you should be able to use the tools like CAD or ProE or CATIA, or even forget about all these things. How good are these kids in Excel, Microsoft Excel? If they can excel in this Excel in the advanced complete, they can use this one. They'll be definitely good in doing anything. What we need to understand is the greatest monuments are built with simple tools. So what are these simple tools? Finding out these simple tools is the biggest challenge. So unfortunately, our education system or nothing is being taught about these simple tools in today's education system. So personally, I feel there are about 4 simple tools. One is the critical thinking that encompasses 5 things like observation, analysis, inference, communication, and problem solving. The critical thinking is missing amongst the in our education system. The second one is the emotional intelligence or the design thinking. That is, you should be having empathy towards the surroundings and put yourself in a different perspective to look at the problems and the solutions for it. And most of the kids today are hesitant to do any manual labor. See, we have a lot of apprentices coming up to industry. If they had to do any physical cleaning up the machine or doing some physical work, they hesitate. But unfortunately, nobody looks into the perspective of doing the manual work in an engineering perspective. Because as an engineer, you do that job, you will definitely think about how you can automate, how you can simplify this work, and probably you can come out with a better tool or better gadget for doing this sort of works easily. So unfortunately, we look down upon this manual work doing in a foundry or any other mechanical industry. But that thing has to be driven out of the mind. And the third one is the domain-related activity skills, which engages you physically, emotionally, and intellectually. Anything which related to the domain, probably if you're a mechanical engineer, probably you can get into SA Baha competition, get involved in making a sort of hobby which can challenge you both physically and intellectually. These things need to be definitely involved. And the fourth one is the physical health. Probably Ramakrishna Garu can give a much more insight into this one, because he knows how the health of the youngsters coming out of the college today is. Probably he'll be measuring all those things. Unfortunately, it is in a very bad shape. So that's where the four things which the youngsters or even everybody has to understand that one. I think the Yuval Noah Harari, the author of *Sapien*, who has written about how this mankind has evolved over the years, has said one thing: the future 2050 is totally unpredictable. The only skill set required for this generation or the future generation is emotional intelligence and mental adaptability. So these are the 2 things. What he feels these are the basic requirements in the future, because we don't know how it's going to happen. Nobody expected COVID. And a lot of people started developing ventilators at a lower cost at that time. They have extended, they thought they come out with laterally and started making ventilators out of the box. So these are the challenges which will be coming, but only thing you need is the emotional intelligence and the, like what he said, is the mental ability. And the final thing I'd like to say is we do not learn by listening or experiencing. We learn by questioning. And the quest to answer this, quest to find answers for these questions. That's how we start learning. And every learning begins with a question, not from outside, but from inside. I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Prasad. Hello.
Rangshar, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's very nice. You gave a lot of insights about the entire engineering perspective. As you are telling now, the challenge for India is we are having only something like 40 lakhs jobs in IT, but almost entire country want to learn IT as engineering. That's really the sad story of the thing. The total jobs in India is only 40 lakhs as per the statistics. Total jobs, but almost every engineering student want to join into the IT. End of the day, we don't. Some of the colleges stopped courses in mechanical engineering and civil engineering, which has a highly demanding area, which is not going to be right for the country perspective.
Rangrishkar, I'd just like to add here what you said, the practical thing, what I come across. A mechanical engineer with 20 years of experience in a regular industry like tubes and special tubes manufacturing and valves manufacturing, he has got a good experience in those industries. He is 46 years and he's a mechanical engineer. He doesn't know anything about computers. He is not an IT guy, but today he earns about nearly about 1.5 to 2 crores per annum. And I come across an IT engineer who has lost his job at 46 years old. So that's a thing like a mechanical engineering or any core engineering will be like a wine which grows value or age, and it's an IT will be like an iron which rust with age. Thank you, Ramshed.
Fully agreed. That's what is happening. You give at least 46 years, but what we are observing is that people are getting retired at 35 because they are not able to adapt. And 90, even in the entire IT, almost 70% jobs are of more of a lower than a clerical job. That is more of a routine job where 10th class and intermediate guy can easily do if he has English speaking skills. Thank you. Now I request Lakshmi Prasad Garu to continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Excellent. I heard an excellent talk from DSR Garu. Yeah, this is shared. That's fine. So, next slide, please. Straight away, I'll go on. Next slide, please.
So, it is very small. Could you expand the slides? Whoever is doing. The slide size is very small.
Yeah. That's okay. It's okay. So actually, sir, what I've sir,
yeah.
What my understanding, I thought, okay, the possibilities of entrepreneurship as a self-reliance like Atmanirbhar Bharat are these things. Say without much of investment. I was looking into the youngsters, youngsters how to start an industry. So can be, so there are certain aspects in every industry where we can have a modest starting. So that's what I prepared a few slides. That's all, only giving a mention of the headings. So let us go into the next slide, please. I'll explain. This coming to agriculture, the first slide, agriculture. In agriculture, there are certain things like fertilizers, biopesticides, biofungicides, like organic farming. Nowadays, everybody, it's a big subject now in everybody's concern. So these also can be prepared at a very low cost. Can be prepared by an ordinary, say, agricultural BSc person also can look into this and have a few trainings, can adapt these technologies and start their own industry. A lot of schemes from central government are there supporting the youngsters as a startup. They're giving back end funding with the banks and everything. And so the next one is varieties. Like in agriculture, we have always we're looking into hybrids, and because we have to feed millions, not in millions, now in billions every day. For example, sir, earlier we used to get particular vegetables only in particular seasons, nothing in summer. So something like that. But now we can get all vegetables in all seasons. This was made possible by scientists by developing new hybrids. So new hybrids is not now a big subject. Everybody can make that. Simple genetic engineering can make that. So everybody is going to that. Even though non-GMO GMOs are on a task, but hybridization can be taken as a tool to make it. Even grafting of recently I came through one technology, excellent technology started by one of our Telugu person here from Gannavaram. He's called Kishore, Dr. Kishore. He has developed graftings like vegetable grafting. The lower part is a lady's finger, upper part will be a brinjal, and it goes very strong and gives very good, 3-4 times more than the original plant. Like that, a lot of new technologies, simple technologies, not of a big cost, very, very simple cost. So these are the things. Like in cereals also, millets. Nowadays, everybody is eating millets because of the health cost. So we are encroaching into the birds' food. So earlier, all the birds used to eat that, but we are encroaching, identifying that there are less gluten, less problematic issues. Digestibility will be we have high protein and carbohydrates and everything. So there are a lot of varieties are being developed, and adaptability and processing and everything is being done. The third one is value addition. Even for plantations are grown for two purposes nowadays. Either it is for for an industry, for growing for as a timber. One is timber. The second one is going for the industry for the firewood, and also for the paper. Of course, the paper is always there, like Zubabal and eucalyptus are going for paper. So furniture, of late, there is some curbs on bringing furniture from China. So Malaysia, almost wood is over. So I think in future, furniture industry is going to flourish, which was made in India, which is made in India. So that is also can be adapted to make as an entrepreneurship, as an industry, to grow faster. Next slide, please. Can I ask for the next slide? Ramakrishna, who is operating in it?
Yeah, we will find out. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Agriculture slide, sir.
Yeah, next slide.
Yeah, I have moved that one, sir. There will be some latency, sir. Sir, 1 minute.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. After agriculture, we have a different scale called horticulture. It's flowers and fruits and spices major generally come into this sector. So spices production nowadays is leading in terms of export, around the world. Actually, we are Kerala, in Andhra Pradesh, we have turmeric, we have say chilies. We are exporting. We are the major people. We have a wonderful share in the world market. So in Kerala, of course, it does the remaining spices like say cloves, cardamoms, and pepper and all, and cinnamon and all. So a lot of things are there from the horticulture. Nowadays, we were the olden days we were thinking specific areas are only suitable for specific things now, but now see spices production is doing very well in Vizag region, even there in coastal Andhra Pradesh, all the areas of coastal Andhra Pradesh, everybody is trying with some greenhouses and poly houses, everybody is growing. So the opportunities are there in that sector also, so it's now expanding. It's a new horizons are there. So other thing is certain simple things like dehydrated fruits. All the fruits, majority to our bad luck, what we find is more than 20 to 30% of the fruits which come into the market get perished. So because of the low availability of cold storages. So cost is higher because of the power and everything other aspects. So we can dehydrate the fruits with very simple machinery. That machinery is costing lesser than 50,000 rupees in CFTRI. So in Mysore, they are demonstrating. You can buy those machinery in Coimbatore and all, and some people can start industries for selling the dehydrated fruits. They give very nice taste, and it's now is going in a big way abroad also. So it might catch up in India as well. That is one of the sectors. Other one is flower production and processing. Earlier, Bangalore and Pune are the only two areas where the two places in southern India who are northern, southern India, southern and western India, who were producing major content for the whole India. But now everywhere, even West Bengal, Orissa, everybody has started. To produce. This is going on very well. It's possible for every part of the India. Now Jammu is also open. So some part of Jammu also can be done. There's great opportunities for the northern part of India. Most of the climatic conditions are suitable for flower production. So that also can be made into an entrepreneurship. Even fluorescents like scents, aromatic liquids and everything, sprays can be manufactured only by flowers. That's also possible by this one horticulture. So next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. This is the food processing. Agriculture and horticulture can contribute to food, actually, major the food. And nowadays we have seen food is on food. The business on food is on the rise. So around the world, wherever you go, lot of new products are coming from value-added products. A lot of mixes of the products. Recently, I have gone through here only in Vijayawada. I have seen some chikkis made up of spirulina. So spirulina chikki at very cheap rate, very nice and tasty as well. A lot of biscuits, cookies, and everything are being developed. So like vitamins, herbal supplements. Vitamins and herbal supplements can be made with very lesser cost, and that's a good opportunity for the youngsters to look into as a mode of their to start an entrepreneurship. The other thing is preservative foods, sweets and savories. Preserved foods like say what you can call it as this was developed by an Indian government institution called DFRL, Defense Food Research Laboratory, where you can make a chapati for 6 months, well for 6 months. Ready to eat foods. They make everything the food and make it packed with nitrogen gas and everything, and you can just boil in hot water and freshly serve. For the next, let's say, it's viable for 2 years. Same taste. So that is also technologies are available at very cheaper cost. People can adapt and do it. Priya pickles have introduced it long ago. Now MTR has come. Slowly, people all are catching. So this is also at I say village entrepreneurship has to come up in these aspects. So very easy. And then fruit processing, ketchups and varieties. Okay, there are 27 varieties of ketchups can be made. If you learn from the government institution for 5 days, you can make ketchups and develop and supply to the hotels and surrounding people, you can do a marketing and everything. To our understanding, sir, when I made a survey regarding this, they said even one tomato sauce every day, some 100 tons of tomato sauce is being sold. Marketed here in Andhra Pradesh. From here out of the world, 100 tons. So that is the capacity here. For either tomato puree or whatever the byproducts. So food processing, not only that, a lot of juices can be made, full of fruit juices and all. That also is a good opportunity. Here, health and instant foods also can be made. Like I was telling about vitamin A rich, vitamin B rich, and antioxidant, and a lot of foods are coming. FMCG juices also. FMCG was earlier only limited with the drinks like Thumbs Up, Coke and Limca and all. But now it's coming into the juices. They're making a lot of varieties of foods, and which also can be made at home. Home with a nice technology. That's also cheaper also. The investment is very less. The other thing is health and instant foods. Health and instant foods are such a type. If you have the diabetic foods are there, so some patients, foods for the patients can also be made at home. We have traditional foods also, very famous there all over India. We have a lot of traditions and a lot of foods concerning to our cultures. It can be exported, and we have seen in US and Australia, wherever you go, our foods are there. Our foods are there. This is a big industry now. So that also can be started very modestly at home. So that is the thing. And then we have the new concepts are coming, like veg and non-veg amalgamated food. Like you have crackers with fish crackers, we have shrimp crackers, we have chicken crackers, all different amalgamated foods are coming, and those are highly welcome now with modest cost, and with the generation and with the food habits and totally social behavior and social habits are changing. Total lifestyle is changing. These foods are also could change, and we have to look at what is the next 5 years and next 10 years. R&D has to be done, and identify, as J.S.R.K. Prasad was telling, that we need to look into and identify, first of all, what is going to happen. Emotional intelligence and adaptability to the present day conditions and the next day coming seasons also. That has to be followed. Next slide, please. Yeah, pharma and herbal medicine. Pharmaceuticals were earlier thinking was it's a huge investment and everything. Now, yes, it's a huge investment. So if you go through drug intermediates and conversion into high fund pharmaceuticals, okay, there are a lot of other things like herbal medicines and everything. Then say like allopathic medicines are difficult with a lesser investment. We have other things like generic and non-generic herbal medicines, which are very cheaper. Like our home medicines only. Earlier, we used to get treated with methi. We were treated with a lot of spices present in the house for a common colds and everything. A lot of home medicines used to be prepared. That being taken by like Baba Ramdev. He is producing almost hundreds of products from that. So this is a good opportunity to take up those things as entrepreneurship into that. So other thing is number 4 is was telling about innovative foods. So we have to look into the food, the social behavior and the likings of the next generation. Innovative foods of European are like pizzas, burgers, a lot of other things. But nowadays, and we also from the Indian point of view, there are a lot of foods can be made. You can see the TV channels roaring and every day making into different combinations of Indian foods. So that innovative foods also can be made as instant foods, packed foods with preservatives and everything, and can be made as an entrepreneurship. So you can start a factory on that. So the other thing is herbal-based products like spirulina, Dunaliella, chlorella. These are the algae even. Apart from the herbs like traditionally Ayurvedic and herbs. We have a traditional, wonderful knowledge from the ages. 5,000 years we have a lot of from the start from Dhanvantari, a lot of descriptions were there. Inscriptions were there also. So we have a lot of knowledge in that. That also can be made as entrepreneurship. Next slide, please. Can you change the slide, please? Yeah. Virology. Recently, this is in the limelight because of the COVID. So that's one. Not only we can't produce, everybody can't produce vaccine because not allowed to. Also, very, very stringent conditions that we have to have, and very high investment. The drugs and the spices with different traditional foods can be made into antiviral products which can be identified, and we can make products of it. Apart from that, a lot of sanitary commodities have come, like sanitary sprays, a lot of gels and everything. So even the masks that we wear nowadays to avoid the prevention of spread outs of COVID and all. So those also can be made into entrepreneurship. And also the fourth is immunological foods. A lot of foods are like dry fruits and traditional foods of India and also the whole world. We have a lot of knowledge in that. They can be modified to develop specific foods for immunology, immune for the lungs, immune for strength and for the liver, strength for the heart, everything. All for the sectors we can make, for energy we can make, and also those foods also can be sold out. And that also can be made as an entrepreneurship. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's a medical biotechnology. So having a traditional biotechnology. So we have analytical labs. Analytical labs now are on the rise. Say in the A class cities and B class cities, we are seeing the analytical lab. It has to move to the next level also. We have third class and three-tier cities also need to have this. There are a lot of opportunities there. So then diagnostic tools. Diagnostic tools simple like say our COVID diagnosis, rapid diagnosis are there. Say rapid pregnancy tests are there. So a lot of other tests are there. So everything can be. The tools are very simple, developed by Government of India. BRC has developed a lot of tools for the health. So technologies are really cheap. They come from 1 lakh to 2 lakhs also. So we can adopt those technologies, take it and start an entrepreneurship. The other thing is the toxicological research centers. So that is very few places we have these toxicology research centers. For any technology to develop or any drug to develop, we need to have some data called bioefficacy and toxicology data. Those data are carried out upon animals and everything. They develop in very stringent modes. So those centers, they have a lot of scope. Unlike not only on the not only on the medicines, we can also rely on these things, like developing centers for developing drugs, a part of that, and it's very high in demand, very high in demand. So somebody can start that. Therefore, four is the most important one is the beautification products, the vanity products of the male and females. So the girls and ladies, they use a lot of products. All maximum are the either it's coming from the seafoods or coming from the herbal food, so not costly. So we can have those things and prepare. A lot of formulations are present with government NRDC. They can take the formulations and they can start. The next slide, please. This is the last one I was telling about, the environmental biotechnology. This is one of the things that our CIA chairperson, ex-chairperson is Safe Environ, Venkateswara Garu, was doing the treatment of biomedical waste. This is also one of the interesting sector. So we have other things like, say, treatment of solid waste is a very good opportunity. So not only in the A-class cities and B-class cities, a lot of the third-class cities and big villages and everything, this is an opportunity. Now it is yeah, we is disturbing here. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for that. Now somebody is disturbing here. Okay. So then the purification of inland water bodies like rivers, lakes, and even like Ganga action plan. So how many crores were sent? Thousands of crores were spent on action plans. These are the, if you know the microbiology of the lake cleaning microbiology and these particular subjects, you know, so they can do wonderful develop products for toxic, not making the toxics into non-toxic particles. So these are the few things there. In purification of seaports also is a big thing now. Seaports where all the ships come and they dredge themselves and clean everything. That's become a huge nuisance around the world. That is being given given a tender for the very higher cost. That is also an opportunity to create. Hazardous waste, treatment of hazardous waste into non-hazardous waste. This is a big thing. So big people like Ramke and all that are doing in India. A lot of Danish people are coming into the subject like Larsen and Toubro. So they're also making a very good thing. And then the other thing is, of course, I was telling about the biomedical waste. Our co-entrepreneurs are doing that. I think this is the last slide. So this like this in biotechnology, we can do a lot of things. Like the other thing is contract research I was talking about. Yeah, contract research, like we are doing our contract research for the others. Like we develop the protocols for developing the tissue culture, for any medical research, for anti-cancer drugs and everything. Contract research can be done. That's a wonderful thing if we have a laboratory. So instrumentation training centers, like many, to get a job in a biotechnology institutes and everything, we need to know the knowledge of handling the equipment, costly equipment. That giving a lot of people are coming, establishing laboratory to train the youngsters. The masters, of course, in universities also, not even the students are trained in any handling of any instrument. They're very poor. Many a time, Ramakrishna Garu was highlighting this in many of the fora. So we need to empower them. Skill development has to be done. Skill development has to be done. That is not done actually all these days. So that is cloning of organelles is being started around the world. Like if somebody's skin is burned, we can make from the stem cell. Our skin can be made within 40 days. Our total skin can be developed in 8 meters, 8 square meters in 40 days. Like that, liver can be developed. T cells is higher end. All the spare parts, all the parts like it's like a human garage. We can develop any part if you take this stem cell. That is one of the entrepreneurship at a higher level. Of course, manufacturing of biotech supplements can be done. Biotech supplements can be done for research. So we can make it a cheaper cost, and that also can be supplied. This is a wonderful opportunity and wonderful say areas of interest that can be done at low cost and medium cost and higher cost, which I was projecting to. This is the thing, Ramakrishna Garu. Thank you very much for the opportunity given, please.
Thank you, Lakshmi Prasad Garu. You gave a lot of opportunities in the area of biotechnology, but unfortunately, I don't think we have much people are joining in this bandwagon of the thing. Majority of the time, we see a lot of unskilled or maybe intermediate people, some other people are diverting into this particular area. That is really pathetic situation. Basically, the entire society is not looking into the great opportunity and the great opportunity to serve the society and to the world. I really thank you for giving me the insight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are going to listen to the Dr. Venkatramana, a founder CEO of Avera. All of us know that now the trend is going towards the electric vehicles or renewable things. That is where the petrol and gas usage has to come down drastically in coming years because of two reasons. One is the global warming, which people are talking about, reducing the carbon footprints across the world, which is this carbon is creating a problem at the layers, and the earth temperatures are increasing. Because of that, we need to reduce the temperature. That means we need to reduce the usage of any fossil fuels like petrol, diesel, or coal and all that, and even including gas. So that is one dimension. Another dimension is like India we need to have a self-sustainability where, because all the petrol and diesel, even including coal, is imported from other part of the world. If we have, and we are well blessed with a lot of sun also. So that's where the solar energy, when we want to use it for a consumption purpose, apart from the electricity usage in the industry, the mobility industry especially is one of the major industry which needs a lot of innovation, and the entire world is changing towards that area. Mr. Venkatramana started the electric scooters. That is, especially the scooters is a well needed for Indian market. Generally, all developed nations, they work on the four-wheelers, but India uses a lot of two-wheelers. That's where again in Indian climatic conditions also suitable for two-wheelers compared to what it is in the all the cold countries. They can't use the two-wheelers. So he is given a berth for India's high-speed electric scooter, because the moment you say electric scooter, there is a speed is a restrictions and all that. He already started, and he started exporting the products to the even European market and other projects. He is a very enthusiastic entrepreneur, and he started that too in Vijayawada. Generally, that's which I like it because majority of the people try to start in developed cities. So the most important for any startup starting in the two-tier cities is even I feel that's the right approach also. I request Mr. Venkatramana Dr. Venkatramana to say his perspective of especially electrical vehicles and all that, whatever he from the challenges and opportunities.
Right. Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful introduction about me. Am I audible clearly and visible also?
Audible.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So, as I'm the last speaker for today's session, good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and AP State Council of Science and Technology for this opportunity to speak at this session. And I would like to thank Dr. Konda Jairam Reddy Garu, CEO of AP Science City, and Dr. Y. Aparna Garu, Member Secretary, who is not present for today's meeting, and Hemant Garu from AP State Council of Science and Technology. And of course, Ramakrishna sir, which we know, which we are aware of, he is one of the leading IT specialists from our state, MD of Electronics, and Dr. Lakshmi Prasad Garu, MD and Principal Scientist of Sujay Biotech, and Prasad Garu, founder of CEO of Better Castings. So the earlier speakers have given a wide aspect of the industry. So it's my pleasure to introduce myself. At the same time, to analyze much more what we got experience and what the knowledge we have across EV industry. My name is Dr. Venkatramana. I'm the founder and CEO of Avera. We are into manufacturing of electric two-wheelers, especially scooter segment. So let me start with certain things like what we think is the largest source of climate pollution. So normally there are a lot of things around us like transportation, industries, forest fires, and so on. So one of the key concern what we have took into consideration is transportation. To solve the climatic crisis as on today, one of the key area we need to make sure is that vehicles on our roads should be as clean as possible. So, and the two, we have only a decade left to meet the certain criteria like the temperatures which we are trying to beat, because already if you see in the last few years of time, even the pandemic time also, every city, state, country, and the whole nation is started feeling the climate change pitch. If you look at the fires happening across Europe now, where they touched even 40 degrees also. So to avoid all these things, what we feel is that one of the transportation we have chosen from our part. So when the world is striving to use day by day the newer technologies everywhere, electric vehicles must be the future means of transportation. So if you see the pollution, the growing demand of fuel, the global warming, so promoting eco-friendly vehicles or promoting eco-friendly means of transportation is one of the best way to use on our roads especially. So use of electric vehicles is very beneficial for humans as well as for environmental in many ways. So electric vehicles have a smaller carbon footprint than gasoline powered cars, no matter. It may be the power whether it's come on, like whether it's from coal or to hydro, solar, any kind of thing. But compared to thing, it got a very less carbon footprints as the data what we have with us right now. So the Indian market is responding positively to the growing ecosystem of electric vehicles. Keeping in view the climate change commitment made by the government of India during the COP21 summit held at Paris, and by reduce the emissions by 30 to 35% from 2005 levels, what we are the data we have, it is pertinent to introduce alternative means of transportation where we see a lot of pollution is being like giving a lot of pollution towards us. So, and that too, India is like now with a rapid economic growth, rising urbanization, where the travel demand is going at a very bigger phase, and the current energy security, keeping all these things, we need to see that what important things we need to adapt immediately. So to add an example here, the input of crude oil, if we see for last, if you see the average 5 years of time, we almost touched like 10,000 billion rupees of crude oil we're importing, which is directly impacting on GDP and cash flows also. And to this Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, we have to be, as other my co-speakers has mentioned, that we need to be self-reliant to address this lot of issues. So it's not only about the government responsibility to come out with various policies for better environment, but also every individuals to take a move forward ahead for the future generations to come. The days of internal combustion engines, which is powered by fuel like petrol or diesel, anything, has to be coming, and if not, it's going to happen suddenly. But we are very sure that this transformation to churn more electric vehicles to stay in the market in the longer run. On this note, I just want to add what Avera is, what we are. So we are the vertically integrated manufacturing of pure electric vehicles and energy. We are a team of young entrepreneurs. As sir was mentioning that we have a strong reason that why we have chosen a tier 2 town in Andhra Pradesh, the Vijayawada, and that too we are like 25 kilometers away from Vijayawada by name place Nunna. And the data what we got has made us to select this place, and we aim to be globally recognized for making it affordable, green, and energy efficient pure electric vehicles. That's the reason we are building electric vehicles and control the entire vehicle supply chain, right from batteries to the complete vehicle. And we mostly focus on traditional emission releasing internal combustion vehicles to a more sustainable and economic to aspect that disturb the entire two-wheeler ICE industry. So in continuation to this, let me get into the challenges what we, especially EV industry, is facing as on today. So the am I audible, right? Because my video got hung. Hello.
Yeah, you are audible.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. So the one of the major challenges these days, especially because in recent times we went to Davos, Switzerland, where the World Economic Forum happening. When we met the head of the World Economic Forum in the electric mobility, the first question raised was how many scooters you got fire accidents, or how many scooters burnt, how many blasts started happening in your segment. So there's a common question raised by everyone, not from the consumer side, from every, because now the industry is like started feeling a big disturbance with this heat fire accidents happening. This is not actually new to the industry. Actually, this has been happening all over the world. But in spite of this fire accident, the lithium battery, especially because most of the EV manufacturers have chosen lithium family as one of their core storage technology. As this has been become a spotlight in this spotlight as of now, one of the key concerns is the safety standards on the Indian roads. So this is affecting a very big way on the electric mobility. Of course, this will be there only for a short time, but We are very confident in the future of EVs, and we are very sure that it will benefits out winding out the bad apples in this sector, because this has to happen long back, but this is happening now. It's good for to remove the bad apples in the sector. We need to understand the quality of the batteries, especially the cell, which we are importing from other parts of the world. Of course, mostly from China, as everybody is aware of, is the main cause of the fire accidents happening in most of the two-wheelers and three-wheelers, but very less in the four, because the volumes are very less in the four-wheeler segment. Like Avera, if you see here, the technology what we use, that means the chemistry what we have chosen is LFP, lithium iron phosphate. Unlike other companies like NMC, I'm not saying that NMC is a bad chemistry. NMC is a good chemistry, but recycled NMC should not get into the traction vehicles like what we are using, because some of the companies normally cost is the one of the key concern for Indian economic conditions. They tend to choose the quality of the material to keep the price low, and that the cell causing damage. But as a startup, we want to stick on to certain standards, and from the day one we have chosen LFP, even though we have a lot of challenges like balancing issue and C-rating, all the issues. And now we came a comfortable stage that, touch wood, until now, we don't have even one fire accident case happened in the entire fleet of vehicles what we disperse across 16 states and some other countries like Spain and Bali also. And the safest technology for Indian climatic and weather conditions, because the temperatures, when the temperature is outside like 40, 42, inside it may be reaching 55 to 60 degrees also. So LFP is one of the safest technology. And of course, still we are working on LTO technology, where you have highest life cycles as of now, which can be commercially available in next 3 to 5 years of time. And the future technology available in the EV industries also. And to add in much more here, our Indian companies doing a lot of research on other chemistries also, where they don't want to touch lithium and cobalt also. Of course, cobalt is one thing where the world is like moving away, and the Congo issue happening across the world, and we are working towards the aluminum, sodium, sodium salts, all those things, which is much more suitable to the Indian weather conditions. And the next second major challenge what we see is like uncertainty in the consumer behavior. So this is associated with because one of the key reason is the higher cost of the EVs, and the issues about the inadequate charging infrastructure is a major impediment in this sector. This requires an adequate Indian market entry strategy that will help to identify the right consumer segment. Every one of the, because we out of 18 lakh scooters, out of 35 to 37 lakh of two-wheeler sales happening in India, which constitute 45 to 14% of a scooter segment. We are just around like 3 to 4% sales happening across Indian pan network. So we need to give preferences to achieve sustained profit in the short and long term basis. Apart from this, about two challenges, supply chain, where our core speakers also mentioning, supply chain plays a crucial role. This pandemic has given a leverage to think that to sit back and relax and think that what are the supply chain issues we need to think. It's not only about the silica or electronic components. It's about a lot of things, because in the EV, if you see the EV segment, battery constitutes the major part. Next, the powertrain issue, powertrain motor and controller, where everyone, including we, the cell has to be imported from different parts of the world, which I mentioned earlier. China is one of the biggest cell manufacturers. We are depending on imports, and because of lack of lithium sources, and most of the lithium mines under control of few of the people, a major hurdle to the companies willing to invest in Indian EV industry also. There is a very little synergy, as a battery manufacturing capacity still demands adequate planning also. And next biggest challenge is, as other speakers also mentioning, skill set. We understand that there is an immediate need to address the gap between the academia and the industry. As Ramakrishna sir is rightly mentioning that we have to innovate rather than imitating. That's what the academia is missing. The innovativeness, startups like us still feeling the pain, even though we have taken a lot of data, still we are feeling the pain of finding these kind of things onto a manufacturing basis. The academia has to adapt the new syllabuses as per the ongoing requirements like Industry 4.0 and so on. Of course, we know that infrastructure plays critical role also. This has to provide a government, but industry this is like a chicken and story. We cannot never going to get the answer. But to add on here, industries already took a lot of initiatives in this direction because as part of CIA team, we know that our industry is taking a big leap to get your infrastructure onto the place. And next thing is the lack of charging stations and the efficient use of one of the key reasons for the EVs actually. According to the industry analysis, increased user usage in India by 2030 will shoot up. There will be demand of 100 terawatt, which is yet to be streamlined. This lack of adequate charging infrastructure definitely will going to pose severe impact to garner substantial demands for electric vehicles in India. Talking about the electric two-wheeler, for us, nothing will. There won't be any kind of infrastructure needed because every scooter can be charged at a normal 5 amp, 6 amp cell point. It can be done at a very easy way. Coming to us as three-wheelers, we feel that rather than charging, better to adapt a swapping methodology because further the bread and butter is the product should be on the road. So where it can take 5-10 minutes of battery swapping and which the technology available across the world is better for them. Coming to case of four-wheelers, we feel the charging stations across the national and state highways, which can adapt to come onto the EV in a bigger way. In addition to all of this, where central government has come up with a lot of schemes like National Electric Mobility Mission, the FAME2 subsidy. In the year 2019, the central government came out with the FAME2 scheme and proposed to invest 1.4 billion USD to incentivize that electric vehicle consumers to where you can subsidize to buy the electric product, electric scooter, I mean to say, other products also. But it requires the manufacturers to fulfill that 50%, 100% criteria of localization. But if you see this criteria, it's like supply chain issues, skill set issues, a lot of other things. We still depend upon rather than making localization on imports. So this will have a significant Indian market entry barrier for most of the organizations to invest on manufacturing components to face the present low value electric vehicles in the market. Therefore, most firms are not able to get this incentive schemes applying through this methodology. Apart from these challenges, I would like to talk more about the business opportunities for our segment, especially EV is concerned. As one of the co-speaker, Mr. Prasad Garu is mentioning that world is a market. As a startup, when we started manufacturing, we decided that world is a market for us, not only Andhra, Telangana, or South India or Pan India. World is a market for us. We want to make the product in India and sell to the entire world. This can be done only by the manufacturer because when we have lot of questions that came, manufacturing one thing, starters normally won't come into picture. Normally, SaaS is one thing, other things which are very comfortably can doing things. But if you look at the age of the other products, as our co-speaker Ramkrishna sir was mentioning also, the IT industry, the age of the industry is coming down, and that means it's shrinking day by day. The manufacturing, one of the key thing where our startups has to start thinking on where that Indian economy really can take a big leap. So out of which one of the EV advantage we got is EV fleet. With electrification of the occurring more rapidly, fleet agencies need to understand the vast opportunities arise from transition from internal combustion engines to the electric fleets, which everyone has to plan adding electric vehicles or contemplating EV adoption. There are very advantages to transition our fleet to electric vehicles. And next advantage, what we see is the public charging stations. There is a need of conveniently accessible charging points from across the infrastructure to support Indian vehicle market because the reliability on such high factors, maintenance and repairs will become primary priority issues. As per the reports, there are around 1 million public charging stations across the world. And of course, it's very sad to say that we have only 0.1% of that 1 million in India as of now. And this is a very big business opportunity to work in this EV sector. And next thing, as mentioned earlier, also for three-wheelers, swapping stations is the much more advantage as of now. This eliminates the waiting time, as mentioned earlier, and we can use the land which is there on the national highways or on the national or the city highways or the state highways by the existing petrol fuel companies, where already they started investing on swapping stations also. Adding to the above thing, in the future aspect, battery recycling business is a major opportunity in the long run because batteries are the engines for the EVs. They emit less carbon dioxide, but batteries are harder to recycle because most of the chemistry, which I mentioned earlier also, NMC, out of which cobalt, lithium, nickel, lithium, nickel and cobalt also, Mining raw materials, there is ethical and environmental issues also. Cobalt is the biggest concern what we are facing from the Congo is concerned. So, but of course, we do know that it's very difficult to recycle. But the Global Battery Alliance estimates that battery could cut down the carbon industry requirement by 30%. Several aspects has been created by this. So next is the EV equipment manufacturing, one of the biggest advantages what we see today. Nowadays, after that US-China conflict and the pandemic, most of the giant companies looking for alternative countries, like one of the countries most looking is India is one of the manufacturing hubs. And recently, Union Minister our Nitin Gadkari also said that in next 6 months of time that lithium-ion batteries will be manufactured in India by renowned companies. What we know, like Reliance from Adani, all these companies are investing a lot of things. And in 6 months of time, we are coming with our own lithium batteries also. Then comes the EV franchise dealership. For a company like us, initially we started selling online, how the world is looking. But here the dealership network has been well established that every EV industry is coming out innovative thought process of selling the scooter to the direct to the consumer. Even the service has become mobile servicing. So there's a great demand of higher and higher, because the sensor automotive industry is investments and policies all out will be bigger. It takes some time to perfectly settle on India, but electric vehicle industry has not done much good due to the devastating hit of COVID outbreak, but will take a huge jump in the upcoming years. These EVs will be a game changing in terms of environment, air, noise pollution, means noise pollution free, post electric and much more. So, and one of the key example we want to add is solar integrated EV charging stations. Because the next question comes is whether the energy going into scooter is the clean energy or not, or green energy or not. So we made a pilot project in Vijayawada. We set up a solar charging station where the energy is generated from the solar, and we are storing it in the lithium iron phosphate batteries, and the same energy getting onto the scooter. So this way we can clearly have a vision for the greener energy. The combination of charging stations and electric vehicle charging is definitely going to reduce the cost of dependence on fossil fuels also. Considering all the above mentioned challenges, to provide the end-to-end solutions from plant implementation, Avera helps to initiate Indian market strategy with a cost-effective economic model that lowers the administrative cost. So I would like to once again, through this Vignan Utsav, as part of Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, we have to be self-relevant, as Ramakrishna sir is mentioning that for our future, keeping the manufacturing base into very strong and hopeful way. And I again thank the panel making me as a speaker and giving me some good time to speak as a startup and the challenges and opportunities what we have. And thank you so much, wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramana. Very insightful. A few points. Even nowadays, a lot of venture capitalists are willing to venture into any new innovation in the especially battery chemistry. That is one of the opportunity for anybody who would like to. These are all the things which where Indian education system is really not linking the opportunities more effectively, rather than looking into the, even sometimes I don't mind to say, making a low-end workers.
So you rightly said, sir, we should be innovative rather than imitating. That's one of the, it's a very good thing actually. We should be innovative, right?
So basically the appetite of risk-taking ability to the, especially the parents, they want safe, but reality they are not safe. They are taking more what is the risk for their children,
Right.
putting them into the routine jobs in IT. That's really a sad part of the entire ecosystem in India, more so in Andhra Pradesh, what I observe most of the time. Yeah, of course, a lot of data from the all engineering colleges, they are all now, some of them reducing the engineering seats in mechanical and civil, and some of them closing the mechanical, civil, and of course, even something like chemical engineering and other biotechnology and other allied areas. So there will be future demands. As it is, demand is there, future demand, but these are the areas which needs some learning and adoption, that will be little slow starter into the whatever the job market. But once they start, they will have a higher growth. But unfortunately, majority of the parents wants their children to earn from the first day itself.
Short-term achievements, rather long-term achievements.
This is
Right.
really killing the industry. As
Right.
couple of years back, when I was a chairman for CI Andhra Pradesh, whenever we met with any meetings with the industrialists, everybody says the biggest challenge for any industry is manpower. So that's where I think this particular forum we may help us to say this
Yes,
dimension
at least,
also
right,
to the people.
through this panel, right.
I think all the speakers' opinion is same that we need to build a capable manpower in the area. Otherwise, we cannot be Atmanirbhar Bharat. So without manpower, no industry comes into India. Nobody can run the things. This is not possible to do by individuals.
Right.
So with this note, I think if any participants wants to ask any questions or any of their views, maybe you can take a few minutes. I think we have time up to 4:35. I don't know. Already we have 5 minutes more. I think nobody has any questions.
The 215 ka?
Yeah. Could you show some whatever the statistics? How many vehicles are there at present in India? Do you have any statistics?
What's coming?
How many two-wheelers are there on Indian roads at present? Do you have any statistics?
But the average sale is happening at around 16 to 18 lakhs per annum as of now, two-wheelers.
Okay.
And the major problem here is after the life cycle of any two-wheeler or three-wheeler in terms of four-wheeler, the average is 5 to 7 years. We give the permission of 15 years, but still there are vehicles on roads working more than 25 years of time. That's one of the very worst situations we need to think. Of course, the scamming calls are coming into picture, but we need to see how the implementation will happen at the ground reality. That is one of the things. Right.
Of course, I started using electric vehicle, not now, previously.
I've seen that right, Riva. Right.
That is a long back.
Right.
2006 or 7, at least 5 years is with me.
Hello, everyone.
That's one good. Of course, they have little challenges in design.
You took a daring challenge.
Give the
right.
Good. It's called the pickup.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
I think someone is speaking. Yeah, please, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. This is Venkateshwarlu. This is time to vote of thank, sir.
Yeah.
Can I
please,
proceed with your permission?
Yeah. Go ahead, Venkateshwar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very good evening to all, and I think it's very joyful and very useful information everyone got through this session. So now I am coming to the vote of thanks on behalf of Upcast. I am very much thankful to Dr. Dattuji, Head of and Advisor, Seed Division, DST Government of India. Dr. Sharma, Scientist, F, Department of Seed, DST Government of India. Dr. Ravikant, Scientist B, and other members from DST Government of India. Director Generals and Member Secretaries and all other state science and technology councils and representatives of different states of science and technology councils. I am also expressing our sincere thanks to Dr. Dasar Ramakrishna, past Chairman CAAP and Managing Director Electronics Systems Private Limited, who is going to deliver a talk on future of industry and a prospective form of India context. Dr. Lakshmi Prasad, Vice Chairman, CAAP, Managing Director, Principal Scientist, Sujay Biotic Private Limited, delivering a talk on bio-entrepreneurship, Atmanirbhar Bharat, on opportunities and challenges. Prasad JS RK, Past Chairman CAAP, Founder and CEO, better castings and presentation on talks, mechanical industry in Atmanirbandhan Bharat, opportunities and challenges. Dr. Venkatramana, Vice Chairman, CAAP, Vijayawada Zone, Founder and CEO. Founder and CEO of Aware Electronic Vehicles and delivering a talk on future of electronic vehicles and EV in Atmanirbandhan Bharat, opportunities and challenges. Since this one's designated them is a Atmanirbandhan Bharat and industry, which is the industry, our member secretary has identified Effortronic Systems Private Limited as a state partner of coordinating in the program. Now, on behalf of Upcast and our member secretary, I sincerely express our regards and thanks to the Sri Dasari Ramakrishna, past chairman, CAAP and managing director, Effortronic Systems Private Limited, for coordinating the entire program in the smooth and successful way. Very, very thankful you, sir, especially. And I am also thankful CEO, Science City of Andhra Pradesh, Dr. Jairam Reddy Garu, and their staff for coordinating the program on behalf of Upcast. Dr. Jairam Reddy, sir, very thank you. I am also expressing our sincere thanks to district coordinators and their teams, teachers, scholars, and students, and Upcast and Science City of Andhra Pradesh staff, sparing their valuable time for today's program. So everyone involved in this program and succeed this program, I am very, very thankful on behalf of Upcast. Thank you very much for each and everyone, those who are participating, those who are given valuable words, those who are given their advices, and all inputs we are considering, and we will do for your implementations and for suggestions. We will note in future there is any challenges also, we will contact with you, sir. Thank you very much, everyone, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.